¿Qué tal? Buenos días a todos. Buenos días a la gente del streaming también.
Good morning to one and all, and good morning to everybody watching us through streaming, and also good morning to everybody in Distrito Telefónica. We have a very interesting panel today, moreover, in this growing market with two speakers that mean a lot to me. It's a luxury to have them. We're going to talk about an open innovation case. We want it to change the philosophy of the company and open up new verticals. So it's Solar 360 together with Ezzing. First of all, I would like to give you a background of what we do from Wayra, Open Innovation. We invest in startups, and we try the startups to have a development with Telefónica and the subsidiaries. So in this panel, we wanted to talk about Ezzing, a company that started in Wayra and also with the Solar 360. Basically, just to give you an idea, in Wayra, we are present in Latin America, in Brazil, that is a part from Telefónica Group. We have United Kingdom, Germany, and we have Spain. So having said so, the main message is that we need to believe in innovation. Innovation is the key of progress, and sometimes innovation doesn't come from inside the corporates. It has to come from outside, people who are in other fields, like, for example, Alberto. And we can win a lot. We can save time doing this. So we have these internal discussions, outsourcing, external collaboration, what's the contribution? One of the most important things, apart from the network and the opening in new markets, is the time to do something, and also everything we have from outside. I'm going to introduce the two speakers, and I wanted to read their curriculums because they are very surprising. I'm going to start with Guillermo. Guillermo studied economic studies in ESE. He was working in the automotive industry for many years. You went to Switzerland, you went to Germany. And then when you explain something from the past, everything fits. So you went to Tesla then, and then we see the link with the renewable energies. Then you started working for a startup, and it's very interesting, the vision on the automotive industry and how we can see this alternative means of energy and how we can lead it. So also the relationship with the 360 solar. So there was a moment after 15 years that I started to realize that there's a very disruptive technology, and the car and the use of the car is going to change completely, and it's going to be more sustainable, and also it's going to require a smarter use. So it's not having your own car, parking it in your parking spot without using it, and also going to the office and having it parked in the entrance of your office while you're working. So I saw a link there, and I decided to go for the renewable field. And I was very lucky because I was appointed to lead the project of Solar 360. It's a collaboration between Telefónica and Repsol to start with self-consumption for customers, but also with the ambition to grow and to make a smarter use of energy. And what's going to happen in the future when we start using the energy smartly. And we know when we generate energy in a school, in your office, at home, it's going to open up other products and other technologies. But, and I'm not going to give you a lot of details about this, but basically, we are very lucky because we start with 2 companies. And also the APPs and Repsol and their experience in the last years, and its positioning in these fields of energy, and start offering an APP that will allow the customer to understand many more things and what's behind this everyday life. So I can ask you for more details, but we will do it later. Alberto Cortés, Ezzing Solar. So you started in the manufacturing of solar cells. So you've been in the photovoltaic industry in the beginning. Then you started working in San Edison. These first companies went to bankruptcy, so this shows how difficult it was to be in such in this field. So you created Ezzing a few years ago, and you are growing a lot. And now you started a collaboration with 360 Solar. So tell me, how did it start? And also, can you please, I don't know, give us more details. But it's a pleasure, first of all, to be here. As you say, we've been the freaks, so to say, because we were pioneers in this distributed energy. When I started in photovoltaic, the cells were more expensive than gold. So it was a very immature field, and it needed the governmental support with funds and so on and so forth. Now we see, and this is why we are having this conversation, it is not an immature field, and now it's profitable and mature, and with no funds, just with the savings that you can obtain installing solar cells in your house, it makes sense. So I've been working in this field for all my life, and I've been working in different fields, also suffering a lot, as you said, because of some of them going bankruptcy. But we realized that we needed technology to facilitate the organization of this value chain. So a proposal for a customer and how we use the technology. So we are developing technology, and we have 2 main lines. First of all, the collaboration, like Solar 360, big corporations that need to collaborate with external companies and need to control everything going on. And also, you need to have an order in this funnel so that everybody is well catered for, so to say. So all these processes are what we provide in our platform. And also we had another pillar that is more focused on the technician, so to say, the one getting on the roof, installing the solar panels, and we offer them the way to collaborate with companies as Solar 360 in an easy way. Oh, great. So I was thinking now that the first thing that you need in order to have all these people to coordinate this is people who want to have panels, and also the idea and the energy And it is incredible when you think about the power that it's installed. Well, it talks by itself, this graph. So we've been doubling the capability that has been installed, and the forecast in 5-7 years is that it's going to keep on growing. So for us, when we launched our company, it was very important to have a platform that will allow us or give us an extra velocity. And most of our competitors have matured with the market, so they've been doing this process with the market, improving the processes, the operations, and so on and so forth. And so we had to go very, very fast. We were very lucky. And we've been fighting a lot because they are selling channels, service stores. So we have to get this ready so that we can make an installation with the modules, with the investors, with the materials on time to the technician anywhere in Spain. Apart from these problems that we have as for the management, logistics and installation, do you think that it is being welcomed by the people, by the end user? So what do you think about the impact, real impact of the society? How do you think it's going to be? Well, I think so. That's why we are here. But I think that we have an important potential. We have an important resource and the need to reduce our carbon footprint and also a saving for the economy of people. If we see the growth in Australia and United States, we still have a long way to go, and we still don't have anybody who says that they made the wrong decision, who are regretting installing this. And once they've done it, nobody's going to say it is the worst decision. And also, when you have the customer and then the modules have a guaranteed production, so it is something that it's going to be on the roof of the house or in the premises on the school for many, many years. How I am saving and how I'm generating. So, because you are installing something and an electrical vehicle, so how this ecosystem puts all this together. So if you don't have someone who contributes to this, you will not be able to make the most of it. And this vision of the future, I find it really interesting. But this idea of how difficult the infrastructure, and also what you said, that before the cells were more expensive than the gold. So how all these things have changed. As for the infrastructure, how it has been and how have you solved this? Well, all this growth that we can see, when you see it in gigawatts, you don't see how big it is. Germany, a country installing PV energy, has a stable market of 5 gigas. Last year in Spain, there were more jiggers installed than in Germany. So this growth comes from this. And a crisis like the one we see in Ukraine, and also what Guillermo said of so all countries are evolving this way. So the supply of materials, for example, when you think of technologies, and also the batteries, maybe in 6 months you can install it. I don't know how the batteries are going to be here. 6 months, the batteries, the investors, it was 4 months, the delay until you got it and you could install it. There was another bottleneck in the installation. This electrician, the technician on the roof, there was not enough experts, enough technicians. So with this opportunity, this bottleneck disappears. And also these customers that offer all this and trying to solve all the problems we had to solve in the past. And then in order to guarantee all this, we need to make sure that things are well done, and we have to guarantee, and we have to guarantee the service. And this is why you cannot do experiments. You have to be on the safe side, so to say, and do things correctly. This is another problem, that things have to be done correctly, and it's not easy. Well, it is a very interesting thing, and obviously, on the one hand, how we have lived this crisis, and also thinking that it is Telefónica, right? Telefónica is a great company. There are only 2 products like this: mortgages and PV installations, the ones that have a time frame of 25 or 30 years. So the crisis has had an impact on all of us. And we have some products in which we had to do the reorganization. And then Repsol and Telefónica have done their homework. So we as technicians, we have worked a lot. And all the work we had to do, and also I don't know how this installation is. So the thing here is that it's going to be linked to this PV installation for 25 years. So if you can be in touch with the customer, and if they have any doubt, they can get in touch for the maintenance and so on. The customers are going to be happy during this time. If they feel alone, they are going to look for another company to do the maintenance and to offer other services. And something which is very interesting, and the companies where you were, the companies that went to bankruptcy. So if I go back in time, end of 1990s, Alberto was not even working in this field. So when you start thinking about the future, so it seems that we are in the adequate place to be. So as for the user, how do you see it from the perspective of a user and from the perspective of a company? Where are we going? Well, we should differentiate between household and industrial, but I think that households will be super connected, and you will be able to have a smart a smart house, so the intelligence that it will tell you the weather forecast and the energy you will be needing, a battery that you will be able to download or upload. Also, the battery could come, a support battery could be the one that you have in the car, in your electric car, also with heat pumps, air conditioning, climatization, and all the white appliances that will be fully connected. And all the elements that can be connected will be connected. The industrial field, I think, is going to be focused on saving efficiency, reducing the CO2 footprint, because what you can change in your consumption habits and your household, you will see the effects the following week. But in a factory, it takes longer. In the schools, it takes longer. So all these things that will be adjusted with time. So I think that there will be a full connection of the house, and also looking for the participation in the energy field. Well, it's very interesting because maybe the user wants to go very fast, but the industrial processes have to act as providers, as suppliers, the technology, the hardware, and this goes, well, it always lags behind. But anyway, this is why we are here as a company. We want to be in the avant-garde, we want to be pioneers. We have these ambitions, and we want we have the best partners, and we have the network to do that. And Alberto, how do you see it in the future, and also as user and from now to the future? Well, I think that this product is in touch with this specific field. There are some sectors, and I think that we have to go towards this independence, and also we cannot trust the external suppliers that much, and also focusing on the efficiency. So these are very clear messages, direct messages, and all of these ideas are surrounding efficiency. When we talk about buildings, about companies, it's not only talking about PV, because you don't have the funds only because of the PV. You have to improve the efficiency, the overall efficiency of your building. And it's not only photovoltaic, it's many more things, storing, isolation, heat pumps, air thermal energy. So we have to combine different technologies to be more efficient. And in the end, and why this has a lot of success, because I see the saving. It is the only white that is bought like this, and that you ask for a return of the investment. You don't ask you don't go to buy a washing machine and you say, okay, I'm gonna expect a return on the investment of this washing machine. But the photovoltaic, yes, you are asking for a return on the investment. So I think that Europe has paved the way and has set the route, and in some countries of Asia and Latin America, they're also talking about reducing the CO2 footprint, being more efficient and being more independent. So in Europe, we have a restriction. We have no petrol, no gas. So how can we be independent, producing your own energy? And also a very important concept, re-electrification of the economy. In the past, we used natural gas as a vector, so hydrogen is another option, but now we have to focus on electricity, and then we are going to store in our vehicles. We can heat up the food with this, because we can generate our own electricity the way we want. We try to be independent in the way we generate the electricity. And PV is key, because it produces this electricity straight away. So these are two main messages of independence and how you see it, and the expansion of different capabilities. Well, we are very lucky because we are a technological platform, and moving from one country to another country is not a big effort for us. And to us, it is not as complicated. So on the one hand, we are increasing the portfolio. We are present in different countries, and we are going somewhere else. But there is a strategy going, focusing on this, focusing on the bottlenecks, and also trying to put together other technologies that are complementary and that we see that they are the way through, because they can give you a complete proposal. So how you want to be more efficient, and the thing is that we are going this way. It's like a tailor-made, a customized thing. From your perspective then, how do you see the evolution of Solar 360? How do you see this strategy for the future? So to us, Spain is fundamental, and this means that we are aware that we are only 8 months old. There are a lot of things to improve, and we are changing a lot of things. And we have a lot of types of customers, and this requires a lot of work. So for us in Spain, we still have to use it. So both things. I don't know if we have enough time, but just to finish, if you want to launch like a couple of messages or about your initiative. Well, to us, we are very happy to keep on working with this and contributing with this. And also to reduce our dependence from outside. Well, my children at school say that my dad is fighting against the climate change, and we have to continue this way. and I would like to keep on pushing for the change.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
¿Empezamos ya?
Buenas.
Hola, buenos días. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us in this session. I'm Sergio, yes, Director of Product, and I'm going to be the moderator of this session. I have Esther Cardenal, Senior Product Manager of IoT and Big Data in Telefónica Tech, the Digital Business Unit in Telefónica, and Modest, and the CEO of GoFit. So, why are we here? Why are Telefónica and GoFit together in this session? Good morning, Sergio, Esther, and everybody. We are here because Telefónica and GoFit have joined together their forces to think about the sports center of the future, to have a more sustainable future. The goal is to fight sedentarism and to focus on the well-being of the people of the next generation. We have 20 sports centers, up to 24,000 square meters of great capacity. We offer up to 5,000 users per day, so very big centers, as I said. Our society, though, does not have a lot of free time, and everybody has the free time at the same time. So our sports centers would be the third space and should be adapted to these work schedules, normally late in the afternoon, in the evening. So during this time of the day, these two massified the centers, the sports center. We accompany our users, we segmentate depending on different typologies. And I will give you an example. If you are just a beginner and you don't have a lot of experience practicing a sport, we will take you to our starting point area with a specific machines, and you have this feeling better. So in these functional centers of the future, we need them to be adaptable depending on the demand. And this is why we need to have these reliable data in order to anticipate the demand and also to get ready to anticipate this demand and then make decisions based on reliable data. So in the end, this collaboration with Telefónica facilitates this solution that will allow us to have reliable data of the behaviors of the customers in order to make decisions. Well, during this session, we will see that technology is a fundamental pillar when defining the sports center of the future. And the digital applications are going to help us, the companies and the users, in the management of this. So, Esther, how technology can help us to have this information, to have this data, to adapt the spaces to the needs? Well, in Telefónica, we have different technologies that allow us to help businesses to improve efficiency and sustainability, but we need to know what's going on. You need information about what's going on in order to make the decisions. So in Telefónica Tech, we use IoT sensors and big data to analyze and extract this information. Because in a connected world where there are a lot of data, it is difficult to process the data and to present the data in a simple way so that decisions can be made. In the concrete case of GoFit, we are using video analytics technology. So we reuse the cameras that they already had in the center. This saves cost, which is very important, and also using algorithms and artificial intelligence to know what's going on in the center, because they know how many people are in the center, but they do not know what they do once they get inside, which are the routes they do. And this is what we are doing them in order to improve the management of the centers. So how do we obtain the information? Well, the data are collected through video analytics. We wanted to get to know the customer better in order to know which are the barriers. And we wanted to know the capacity in each one of the departments of the center and the evolution, so that we can make we could make everything more fluid. So other limitations were not to impose the users the wearing of a device, for example, and then massive operations in our centers. So we wanted to use the existing infrastructures of the center and use a parameter, the privacy of these. We wanted to respect the privacy of the users. This was our main priority. This is the main parameter. And this was a red line that we didn't want to cross. So our software, the software that we use from a Canadian company, is to abide by the GDPR regulation. We process the images on real time and we don't distort the images. So the data are aggregated and anonymized and they are uploaded on the cloud as a statistical data. So you have all these KPIs presented in a very simple way so that they can be interpreted and they can be used in the business, but always abiding by the regulations, always aggregated and anonymized. So how do we do this traceability of the user? Because we see that it is important to anonymize the data and aggregate it. Well, the technology collects these images on real time. They are processed and stored, and then we do a digital signature based on the group of pixels that make one person. The artificial intelligence can see how this group of pixels evolves. And this way they know how many people are in a specific moment in time, how they move. This is an important challenge in a center because you don't wear the same clothes inside or outside, right? So this is the algorithm will allow us to keep on growing and making things better. So, well, these templates allow us to make a unique identification of the person. We do a follow-up of the person in an anonymous way, and it is important not to store this data. At the end of the day, we eliminate all the data, and then we do a follow-up, as I said, in an anonymous way. We anonymize all the data. So we have data, they are anonymous, they are aggregated, but which are the data we are seeing? Well, as I said, data, GoFit is a sports center. They don't know the number of customers using their premises, but they didn't know what happened inside. Once they get in the gym, in the center, where do they go? So you know, in real time, this information, you have a demographic profiling, you know, if they're men, women, age, and also, you know, the time they stay in the center. But if they are 1 hour and a quarter, how can we split up this time? So 15 minutes for cardio activities and in way on how. So it's important to know how long people stay in a specific section of the center. Also, if they went straight away to the dressing room or if they went to the pool first. So to know the behavior of people, because maybe you are a space is just too big for the use it provides in order to improve the experience. As for the data, we have a statistical data on the one hand, depending on the different ranges, but I think it's very important, the heat maps, when you overlap them, you see how people move. And you see very interesting things. Here on the left, we see the cardio section, and it is this heat point. And in strength and weight, we see a lot of people moving around because people share the weights and so on and so forth. So the important thing is to know how many people are there using these machines. And this technology fulfills our requirements. And this allows us to know in an anonymous way this data and also the transition between the different circuits. So people who go straight away to the fitness room, and also this information is very useful. And also we are taking one step forward. So it's not only giving you descriptive data, but also predictive data. So in Telefónica Tech, we have a team of data scientists, and they did a predictive model to know the number of people and for the following 7 days. And we've done it analyzing the last month. And also we are incorporating external variables. So, for example, the weather and the bank holidays and the weekdays and weekend days. And these will improve us to improve the efficiency and also to know where you can go to the gym, taking into account the occupation of the gym. And this is one of the important points that we want to improve the experience of the users. And I also see, Manuel, that you have a lot of information about what's going on in the center. What's the impact? As for the benefits, well, knowing the customer is key. In a GoFit center, we do things tailor-made, and we have to have a very wide offer. We need to know the trend and the evolution of the trends. Just to give you an example of an evolution of the trend, for example, strength was only for specialists, but scientific evidence is showing that the strength is important for the performance, the aesthetics, and also for the health, to prevent degenerative and cognitive diseases. So this perception of strength means that the ratio women and men changes. Also, a tonified body is considered in a different way, and maybe cardio activities are not as necessary as they were. And also after the pandemic, the trends have changed. And it is important to have reliable data in order to restructure these sections in the gym. So this allowed us to have data, segmentation, type of customers, and where do they go. And this way we can make these decisions in a proactive way and do the investment based on reliable data. This is really interesting. And have you applied it in your centers? Yes, right now. We have been testing it in a center for the last 7 months. And we've done some reforms and refurbishments. We have restructured the spaces using this data, and we've seen an important evolution of KPIs as centers that have reached up to 40% of use of the strength section of the center. This is very significant. So it means that there was an underlying demand. People wanted to be in the strength section of the gym. So we've been able to restructure the spaces and fulfill this demand. And also our main KPI is the satisfaction of the client. We want to maximize the profitability, minimizing this perception of massification, and the customers achieving their goals, and also their level of satisfaction is our main KPI. And thanks to this type of information, we've been able to get this data, and as these algorithms allow us to be predictive, to anticipate things, like, for example, local sportive events, the weather, and we can detect some patterns, and we can anticipate and then we can have reliable data. We are in a digital transformation process, and this fits our process very well, and we believe that it is a project that makes us feel very optimistic, and we are just starting to see the benefit. Well, amazing, awesome, and I think it's very clear that what we said, I'm going to the gym. I'm not going to the gym because it's going to be crowded. This is not going to happen anymore. Are there any questions? Please say your name and the medium you work for. I think we've been very clear. Okay, so well, thank you very much, Esther and Manuel. I hope that we get in touch and see how everything is evolving. And well, thank you very much. And if you want to know more details and how this can be applied in the video, there will be another speech this afternoon, so at 5 o'clock. I hope to see you then.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to MWC 23 and thanks for attending this presentation. I hope it's going to be interesting and thought-provoking. We are going to be speaking about SMEs and digitalization and how technology is helping companies, SMEs. I will start with a short video. I hope you haven't seen it and I hope you enjoy it.
Claudia, tienes que llamar en la...
Claudia, please call the number that you will find on the table from the phone box.
¿Pero qué número estás marcando?
What number are you dialing? I have no idea. How does this work?
¿Crees que podrías hacer una llamada?
Would you remember how to dial a number from a phone box? Amazing.
Muy bien, Melquiades. Enhorabuena.
Congratulations.
Bueno, yo no soy Melquiades.
I'm not Melquiades, I'm not 90 years old, but be assured that I would have known how to dial a number from a phone box. Technology evolves so rapidly that we have to keep pace with technological development, and so do companies. Of course, I gave you the example of the phone box because it will be the way to close my presentation as well. When a company thinks about technology, the first question is, for what? Because technology per se makes no sense. We need to see what is the benefit in business terms, be it in profit, in launching a new business line, or in cost reduction, right? Because technology allows us to gain efficiencies. At the end of the day, we need to think about business models. And today, digitization is a must. A company that is not digital, at least in certain fields, is not going to survive. So technology is a must. Last year, we raised the topic of the European funds and all the subventions in order to support digitization in Spanish companies. But of course, digitization or digitalization is not, it's not only about implementing technology, but also about training your staff in new digital services. And for that, you need to transform the organization and be clear about the pathway you are going to get into. And this has to be safe. Once you are in the digital world, you shall never forget security, safety and security. Last year, we informed you or talked to you about the digital team, which is the European fund, which is composed of 3 billion euros to support digitalization, and Telefónica is homologated as digitalizer, and there we include different services from 10 to 49 employees. For that you have 12,000 euros, from 3 to 9 employees, and so on and so forth, in order to implement different services. And beyond that, the programs that are going to be launched in the upcoming weeks are the ones that I'm going to be talking about here in the right-hand side of the screen, in order to support digital services, which is ensuring training amongst your staff. There will be grants at the disposal of companies in order to promote digital empowerment and consultancy processes for a better understanding of processes and cybersecurity. And we're going to be supporting entrepreneurship. It's not only about digitizing a company, but also from Telefónica, we want to support companies and startups in their entrepreneurship pathway. All these programs are 100% funded by the public administration. Let me go back to the digital kit. Well, this digital kit is alive. We count on several services and solutions. With the companies we work with, the majority of them, well, having a website is key. Social networks or social media are also key, not to speak about safety and power services. These are the ones that are experiencing a greater demand. The periods to enroll to the program are still open, and from Telefónica we also advise and support companies in the application process. Now, support to entrepreneurs. Here we have different volumes. What volume of startups are going to be accompanied for mentoring, and how many companies are going to be supported in order to push forward such businesses, and the total amount per company, 5,400 euro. This is still to be approved. In each autonomous region, there will be one individual program and 10 sectorial lines, and we, in collaboration with Wayra, I'm sure you know Wayra, they have been here. Wayra is our open innovation department, and there we have a great deal of experience in supporting companies and technological entrepreneurship. Now, training. Each company will be granted support for 2 company leaders. We have applied with La Valle, which is part of Alfonso X University. And I believe that it's not only about having digital services, but also being acquainted with them, being technologically skilled and knowing how to use technology. Last, consultancy grants. There's a grant which is active industry, and the other one is active growth. Active industry focuses industrial customers, whereas the other line targets all companies which are considered SMEs. These grants vary from 30,000 euro to 7,400 euro, and this allows us to see where we stand as a company and where we want to be. And this is key because, implementing more technology makes no sense unless you really know why you want all this technology. And then there's a last line on cybersecurity. Telefónica has its own capabilities. We have the best experts in cybersecurity. This consultancy is yet another roadmap in security to see where we stand today and where we need to be in the near future in this digitalization process. So as I told you before, digitalization can bring us to launching new business lines, increasing our revenue, better controlling customer satisfaction, new entry lines, becoming more efficient, saving in costs, and gathering data, because when we digitalize and monitor, we have relevant information to take business decisions. It's needed, it's a must, and us in Telefónica, as a Spanish high-tech company, we want to push forward the use of the next generation funds. The support that the EU is offering us is key in order to support the Spanish companies. So before I told you SMEs, today. So that's why I brought a real-life example. Xavier Meseguer, please, if you want to join me. Hello and good morning. Thank you very much, Begoña, for inviting me. Xavier is the founder and CEO of the KPsport group. So tell us, what is your business? KPsport was born 25 years ago, was funded 25 years ago in the area of automotive accessories. And in the last few years, we have evolved. We have been turning the focus into technology. In 2003, 2004, we got immersed in the points-based driving licenses. We are also now focused in the technological world. We are important suppliers of relevant brands in the Spanish market, and today we find ourselves in a context in which, after considering the different opportunities that IoT presents, well, we are working with a new product, in the launch of a new product called V16, the connected beacon. Do you all know what a connected beacon is? What is a connected beacon? Okay, I will be brief and I will try to be clear. So up to date, we have a royal decree that imposes the obligation to carry a safety triangle in order to signal any failure or accident in national roads here in Spain. And now the connected beacon replaces the triangle, will replace the triangle. And it has a quite interesting feature. Once you connect the beacon, you will be directly matched with the DGT, the National Traffic Organization. And thanks to you, thanks to Telefónica, there will be a real-life alert about the incident, and then first responders will be activated and they will provide you with assistance in a short period of time. So yet another use of how technology can be implemented. And well, this is a company with whom we are collaborating. Do you carry one of your connected beacons? Yeah, it's designed to, well, the DGT has seen that every year many people die in the process of installing the safety triangle. And everything you have to do is to place it on top of the car. The device is designed to have a visibility of up to 1 kilometer, a 360 visibility. And once this is connected, the beacon connects to the DGT and activates the relevant first responding services. So this is another real-life example of digitalization here in technological affairs. There are many freaks, so if you don't have a connected beacon, it's the right time to get one. And we are waiting for it to be blue so that it matches our corporate color. We'll keep working down this line. Please stay with us, because I would like to say now that a lot has been said here in the mobile about the phone boxes. Yesterday, Agustin Cárdenas and Guillermo Batalle told you about the project called La Cabina, the booth, the new technological inspiration forum where we gather all the recent developments in technology. I don't know if Guillermo Batalle is around. Adrian, please don't leave. Come here. Don't run away. Come here. Oh, Guillermo, there you are. Come here, Guillermo. So yesterday, Guillermo told us more about how long it takes to be where we stand today in this stand with all the demo points. I really like when you said that the work to, our efforts to organize the next edition of the mobile starts the day we close this year's edition. It takes a great deal of effort and love. So from my constructive spirit, I would like to thank your team, all your efforts, so that we can be here with these amazing demos. And I know that in the booth you will provide us with a great deal of support. So we're gonna give you the connected beacons so that you can be the first ones to gain this technological inspiration and use them. So this is a little gift for you, and thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you, Begoña. Now I feel even more connected, and not only are we going to use the connected beacon, but also we're going to be using it in the booth. Absolutely, thank you very much. So you're all welcome to visit us in the booth, and if you have not had your avatar done, you have the option to get one in the booth. So the phone boxes, which are part of public architecture for 100 years, are now our legacy, and in Telefónica We have invented a new concept to develop something even larger. In the past, in phone boxes, communication was a miracle. Now, in this new booth or box, we are making the miracle of digitalization be a reality. Welcome to the booth, the phone box, the new inspiration forum in Telefónica, where we will help our customers transform their businesses with the best available technology. We want to join the power of the 5G indoor computing with edge computing to broadcast real live digitalization on IoT, blockchain, smart buildings, holographic telepresence, and far beyond. Because this is not any box. This box will allow you to visit more than 1,500 square meters of different experiences to accelerate your business. A new phone box you still don't know. The phone box. Technological Inspiration Forum. So we close this presentation with the same image we started it with. We will be around if you are interested in getting to know more. Otherwise, thank you very much, and thanks for attending this session. Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you. Empezamos así.
Hola.
Buenas.
Buenos días a todos.
Well, good afternoon. Let's introduce ourselves. Belén Espejo, responsible of business development. And Juan María is my team, but we are not going to talk about human resources. We are not going to talk about workplace. We're going to talk about education today. Yeah, it is something that is very important. We've been invited to the Mobile World Congress for many times, and this edition is very important because we are here to talk about education for kids. It's something beautiful indeed. And it's interesting. Well, Juanma, don't get too emotional because there are so many things we still have to say. But we have to give you a context and why education and why robotics is so important and relevant in society, because we are facing an important crisis in talent. 10% of the jobs, as the Ministry of Work says, are not covered, and 80% of companies say that it's difficult for them to identify the talent they need, especially when we are talking about science and technology, the STEM capabilities. And actually, one of the main challenges that we have in education in the present is to start developing these digital skills that the labor market of the future is gonna need, because this market is changing. And many of the jobs of the future have not been invented now. So if we ask the employers, they say that 30% of them say that this knowledge they are not going to be useful next year. If we go further ahead, we see that there are 85 million jobs that are going to disappear. Don't get too nervous, because we are going to generate 97 million jobs. And this is at global level. If we focus in Spain, we see that there are 5 million people who know that their jobs are going to change because of automatization. So more than 1.5 million will need to change their job because the labor market is going to ask them to change their jobs. So this is a need of training, of capacities, and 375 million employees will have to change the knowledge to fit the needs and the demands of the market in the future, in the near future. Which are the types of capabilities that are needed? Well, it is a digitalized world, and we are going to need capabilities to move easily in this digital world and to establish relationships with technology and to work with our new friends, the robots, to talk to artificial intelligence. And these hard skills are not enough. And we also need the soft skills. For example, the social communication and to think out of the box, to be bold, daring, and incorporating the diversity and being proactive and exploring. And we are going to build a new worker, the smart worker, that can boost this digital culture, embrace the change, and also to have this commitment in order to transform in this change. So Seymour Papert said this many years ago. But who is Seymour Papert? Well, he was a theoric of constructivism in education. He said that we have an active role in our own learning process, so we are the main protagonists of our learning. And he was also the father of the educational robotics, and one of the first programming languages that was used in the classroom. So it's it was 30 years ago that they said that. The first robot was a very small turtle, actually. And the only competitive skill and the long term is the skill to learn. And it is a skill that we all have. And also we have different ways to face this challenge as a society and as a company. So first of all, well, we are grown-ups already, we are maybe too old, but we still can control our own learning, and many organizations still invest on the reskilling, the online learning, and the long life learning, so that we can keep on learning and recycling our skills so that we can develop other functions in a company. And companies still invest a lot because it is more interesting to invest on the existing human capital than looking for talent outside. And also, that's what we are going to say. Well, education has always been present, and We're going to start from the beginning. Education was based on different stages. Training, you had to get some education and some training that then would be applied later on. So if you had if you wanted to have a simple job, then the training was going to be simpler. And then this milestone happened. And we have internet and we have direct access to information, and now innovation is very disruptive. And I want to stop here in the word disruptive because I think it's very interesting. So you can innovate, improving the wax if you want to make a candle, but what happens if we don't use candles anymore, that we are using light bulbs? We are covering the same need, which is lighting up, but we have changed the technology completely. And back then, now candles are not used, so didn't make any sense anymore. So I'm not going to prepare a training if it's going to be obsolete in less than 5 years, because the candle is going to be substituted by the light bulb. So now we give training and then you apply, and now we put both things together. It's bi-directional. You get training and then you apply the training. You get training and then you apply the training. So the content is not that important, but the way you do things. And here we are talking about a competence model. The competencies here are more important. And for example, it's not important to know by heart the name of 800 rivers anymore. I just need to know how Google Maps works, or how the impact of a river on the environment, and so on and so forth. So, but we have great news. We are in a great moment. And why are we in such an important moment? Because we have money, and it sounds wrong, but we have a big opportunity. And the government has decided to invest more than 350 million euros following years to build a new language. And languages are very important, but robotics and the programming were abandoned, so to say. So we are going to use this money to boost these digital capabilities, the computational thinking, the robotization, and everything. And it's not only giving robots there's going to be training, accompanying, and also to build these specific resources so that children can develop these digital capabilities. So in the end, we have a rule that gives support to all this. It's very important to me because we are democratizing something, the privileges of schools that are not funded. So now we are going to have robotics in all the public schools all over the world, all over Spain, sorry. But do you know what's robots and robotics? So tell us. How are these robots? So robotics, it's not something new. It's been with us for the past 30 years. But Sigmund Puppet was a visionary. And before internet was here, he saw that the best way of learning things was doing them. So what's a robot? And I'm going to simplify things. if we compare it to a person, a robot has three elements. We have the sensors, microphone, buttons, and we can collect the information. It could be the senses in a human being. Then we have the actuators. It can be a LED light or an LCD plaque, or these actuators are going to transmit or are going to move. It would be like the voice, the legs, etc. And then the main plaque. And this is the thinking element. The plaque is one making the decisions. So we need to know how the plaque solves the problems, like, for example, using algorithms. So we have another word here, algorithms, and but I'm going to use this graph to explain what I mean. So it's a kind of definitions in a symmetric way to reach a definition that sometimes makes things even more complicated. And we see these flows that going forward and going backwards. And I just wanted to simplify it in a very simple way. So, for example, with the dishwasher, you see that everything is upside down, so the plates are at the top and the glasses are at the bottom, chaos. And then my partner said, Juanma, what's wrong with you? So my partner thought that there was something wrong with me. And this word algorithm is just the way we do things in order to achieve a goal. So our everyday life is full of algorithms. When I get dressed, I follow an order. Also, the dishwasher follows an order. The washing machine follows an order. So an algorithm is just this. An algorithm is not a word that only developers or programmers can use. Not at all. We all use algorithms in our everyday life, and we need to put these algorithms inside a robot. So how can we put these algorithms in the plague? Well, using these programming languages, but there are different languages. We are going to start with the basic one up to the most complicated one. So we have the directional blocks language, and we are telling some instructions or sequences to the robot, going forward, going backwards, to the right, to the left, so that the robot can get to a place. And here we don't need to have any knowledge about writing or writing, and a kid can do this without writing or reading. And the next one is a little more complicated. We use a tablet, and for all the children, it is a symbol. These blocks of symbols. We can include sounds, and it's a little more complicated than the previous one, but it's more flexible. We can make drawings, etc. The next level with blocks of words. So this language is very useful because kids have to learn to write and to read. They have to understand what they read, but this opens up a wide variety of projects. And also in the end, the codes of the pioneering or avant-garde codes, like this type of codes. So we can get very far away in the education stages, and we are telling you that this is being used in education, and it is used in many jobs, mathematicians, physicians, and they don't have to know a lot of knowledge about these last codes, but they need to program and automatize using these blocks of words. It means that it is a code that is still being used in many fields. There are different languages and also different types of robots. Here you can have the robots that are already built, and they use buttons like this one here, or using cards, and in the cards you can give the instructions, and these would be robots that are already assembled. Then the next stage would be the robots that are not assembled. You have a kit and then you assemble them. And electronics here are very important, and sometimes we're going to see robotic kits. You have the plague, which would be the brain, the sensors, and the actuators. And these kits don't look like a robot. And this is an example of these children in secondary education, and who built this house. And then the next one, similar to the previous one, it is a robotic kit that has to be assembled, and it's not as electronic, but it still is a little bit electronic, and it has this value in building it. And here what's important is that there is a robot, depending on the stage, when they are very young, and when between 3 and 6 years, the teachers focus on the psychomotricity, how to use our hands, how to grab things, and it is something that can be developed through robotics. But not only this, we can teach them about orientation, how to solve problems based on the sequentiation of the steps you need to follow to find a solution. And then in primary education, it would be the cooperation, and we can expose these ideas, and we are going to defend these ideas, and we are going to work all together, and we can continue, and the kids can grow older, and we know that we can control our own learning. And also we can acquire this critical thinking, the managing of frustration, changing things, improving things. And then when we are in the college, then we can talk about the things that we have in our mind. We've been able to experiment, to make prototypes with our own hands, finding the solution to the challenges facing us. So it's more than just technology. And it is not that it fits in the different education stages, but it gives an added value. So we can add a few concepts here. And when you include an educational plan, etc., with this programming and the developing of all this, we take a step forward, because this learning can be very enriching, because as we have seen, you can apply things that can be real and cooperative. And programming, building, etc., experimenting. And a moment ago we were trying it and it didn't work. So we are trial and error. We are just improving. So we are talking about gender, we are talking about needs, and it's very important, the inclusive learning, when we talk about the gender gap in all scientific and technological professions, because from the cultural perspective, some professions and jobs were thought to be only for men. So now with this different culture, these barriers disappear completely. Yes, because you are normalizing this as well since a very early age. And it is something very powerful. And also the children who have autism, for example, you are offering a scenario in which it is easy to learn. Like, for example, communicating and establishing relationships with others. Yes, there is some evidence that shows that robotics empowers these children who suffer, children who are autistic. So it is also multidisciplinary, so it's not just teaching technology. We are here because we want technology to be a crucial lever to teach a lot of things. For example, empathy, values, and ecology. I will give you an example further on. So it's going to be a way to appeal the attention of children and to improve their motivation, because children love to play. If they can learn by playing, then it's wonderful. They are going to pay attention and they are going to be the main protagonists of their learning. And also they are going to learn from emotion, because what you do generates a greater and memorable impact that will be with you for all your life. And I remember the teachers that were like this. This is fantastic. This is super cool. But what happens if a teacher says, how can we adopt it? And how can we apply this? Because I have a law that I need to abide by, and I need to adapt my teachings to this law. How can we apply it? So it's going to be very intense, but I would like you to understand it, to reach to the end. So we have this robotics kit, but how can I use it to help my children? So first of all, I'm going to give you a few definitions. The Spanish law, the new Spanish education law, promotes this competencies profile and the competencies that children need to have. They talk about key competencies in order to move on. So these competencies, for example, critical thinking, or to consider frustration as an opportunity. And how can I assess this? I need some tools, some concrete tools, some tangible things. So the law establishes some criteria that can be assessed, that are very concrete, and some knowledge that they need to have. And if we put this knowledge and criteria together, it's called a learning situation. So this learning situation must be created by the teacher. They have to invent a situation so that they can assess these criteria, depending on the fields, depending on the stages. So mathematics has one, language has another one, technology has another one. And even in primary education, in which the different fields are together, they have to assess different areas. And also, these assessment criteria has to feed the profile and these competencies. that we mentioned in the beginning. So these learning situations fit these robotics projects, because in the end we know that there are many that are focused on all this, and we can include robotics in these situations in order to assess this criteria, but also you can add others in order to enrich this criteria. And I think that the summary would be to create these learning situations. Robotics help to enrich these learning situations and to complement them. I'm going to give you an example, because we are using a lot of jargon, but we are going to try and explain it to you. So we are going to create a learning situation with this robot. Can you hold it? So I am using it. So this means that I am fulfilling a few things, right? The digital literacy, creativity, scientific thinking, sequences, instructions, digital tools, and many others. But now I'm going to invent this layer instead of, this poster, and instead of letters, I can use Play-Doh. We can add art here, and the main goal is to take each material and bring it to the recycling point. And the teacher has to be the mentor to create the story. So the teacher is a very important figure here. So I am putting together different fields and different competencies, and with a lot of interest. And I am working on activities related to respecting the environment, caring the environment, a number of concepts and digital knowledge that are going to be together. So we have put a lot of things in this situation. This is really, really rich. But in the end, we can also include emotions. In personal growth, in primary education, this is very important. I can use this poster, and I could include the education of emotions. So if you want to summarize it, I think that we are behind the schedule, so just for you to understand it. The most important thing is that technology, as we said, is just another lever that is going to nurture the educational model, and it's going to be adapted to the circumstances of each kid. This means a lot of opportunities. We can democratize robotics. Before it was only for a few. Now it can be for everybody, for all public schools. And it is very easy. We've seen it, these robotic kits for the early years, and also for the primary education, and also the learning situations that can be applied, and also to help the teacher in all these different stages. So there is a robot for each one of the ages, and we have a lot of manufacturers, and the most important thing is that it is limitless. And this is a kit that was developed, designed by a teacher. I'm just the hostess holding all these things. So these are the sensors that are going to detect the Rubik cube with some motors. And this is for secondary education. And I'm going to execute the program. the robot is going to calibrate it. There are different stages. And now I can put the cube here, and our kid is going to read it, all of the different faces and the position of the colors, one at a time. Then you'll feed the brain, the plague, which is the thinking part, and how the Rubik cube has to be solved, because you might know that there is a method, and this is the method that we have taught to this robot using another language. Now it's thinking, and it's solving it. Using the actuators, solving the Rubik cube. So it's going to finish eventually, and so my maximum is just one phase. So once it has received the information, they use these different algorithms, and with the actuators, it's giving the situation. It's almost finished, and this is just a good example of things that we can do. It's something really surprising. When I saw this kid, I just couldn't believe my eyes. So this kid was very troublesome in the beginning, and we learned to manage frustration with it. I don't know if there are any questions. So I have a question about technology, robotics. Can't it be a little counterproducing to put technology in such early years in the schools? Well, I'd like to say a couple of things. Well, Belén, it hasn't worked. We're going to switch it off and switch it on. Well, obviously, I am a mother, and I am really concerned about this, but there are no screens here. This is just programming, computational thinking, a way to relate with technology that we think it's really helpful and really healthy. They can learn empathy and values since they are very young. They learn to establish a good and healthy relationship with technology. And when we talk about this from consumers to creators, this is basic, because we always think about technology and screens and so on, but we are not talking about consuming things. We are talking about using technology to create things like this ones. And it's important to have this into account. Still working, our robot. It worked, and we have a video, so we can show it to you. But, well, the thing is that it's very useful, and we were talking about Seymour Papert and his quote. So we'd like to finish our intervention with his quote. He said that he is very interested in awakening the enthusiasm in children than just teaching them facts, because facts change. They are changing continuously. But because this enthusiasm towards exploring the world is going to remain with them all their lives. Thank you very much.
Vemos.
Mira, está acabando, ¿eh?
¿Ah, sí?
Está ya
Espérate, que todavía acabamos bien, Bruno. Uy, Juanma.
No, si es que
ahí, le queda. Bueno,
que
muchas gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias. Vamos a apagarlo.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Ah, muy importante. Gracias.
¿Cuál es el verde?
Sí. Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ana Pociña, and I'm the Green Digitalization Manager in the Global Sustainability Department in Telefónica, and I have the pleasure of sharing this conference with past Revuelta Product Manager, New Business, Telefónica Tech. In today's session, we'll be speaking about sustainable and smart agriculture. We'll go through 4 sections, starting with climate change. We've all heard for many years about climate change as if it were something from the future, but actually it's a real thing. It's happening as we speak, and it is having more and more direct impacts. Here are some headlines about the main impacts of climate change only last year. And the first one is about a world record. In the last 8 years, we have had the most warm years ever, and this trend is expected to continue. But climate change is not only global warming, but also the appearance of extreme natural events. Last year, Europe was affected by wildfires, and especially Spain was, let's say, affected. The equivalent of the Alaba surface was burned. Now, in the northern hemisphere, we experienced the worst drop in the last 500 years, and this is going to be the case more and more. So according to science, this is going to stay with us. And of course, this has a direct impact on the economy. According to the World Economic Forum, the impact of extreme weather events in 2022 reached $3 billion, and PATH will focus on the agricultural sector, which is especially exposed to climate change-related risks. But we have also some good news. We have started this presentation in a rather depressing manner, but a lot has been done in the area of green transition, and it is said that the green transition and the digital transition are parallel or twin transitions, not only because green transition contributes to improving the competitiveness of companies, but also because companies are becoming more and more efficient in energy consumption, and thus they are reducing their CO2 emissions, and thus the impact on the environment. According to several research mandated by the World Economic Forum, the potential of digital solutions in order to reduce global emissions is about 15% if solutions are implemented in sectors such as industry, transport, and cities, but this potential is even greater if we take into account the capacity technology has to modify and transform life and promoting sustainable environments. Telefónica has an environmental strategy which aims at being committed to a world in which technology helps us protect the planet. The company's environmental strategy is based on two pillars. One, we work to reduce our own CO2 footprint. We want to deploy a very efficient network, energy-wise and CO2 emissions-wise, and also when it comes to waste, so that all connectivity solutions are based on a network which is as sustainable as possible. And the second pillar, and here is where we enter into the opportunity side, we are implementing and deploying solutions that help our customers decarbonize their business. So digitalization is a key tool so that our customers can perform their activities in a more efficient way, consuming less energy, less water, and thus reducing CO2 emissions or contributing to a more circular business model. In order to reach these objectives, we have set up a very ambitious roadmap in which we have committed to zero net emissions by 2040. How are we going to get there? Well, first of all, by consuming renewable energies. Our goal is to consume 100% of renewable energies in all the countries where we are operational. Also, we want to promote energy efficiency. We have set up an objective of reducing our energy consumption by traffic unit by 90%. Thanks to these two levers, renewables and energy efficiency, we want to reduce our direct CO2 footprint by 80% by 2030. But we're not gonna focus only on our direct activities, but we are going to apply it to our supply chain. We want to reduce the emissions of our supply chain by 56%. The emissions that we call remnant emissions are going to be compensated through reforestation projects, because trees, while growing, they absorb the CO2 that we cannot reduce, so that we can compensate for these emissions. The remnant emissions. These objectives have been approved by several scientific committees, and they contribute to reducing the rise in global temperature to 1.5%, to limit the rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, when it comes to the green transition, today 54% of our solutions portfolio, which is quite wide, has already been labeled eco-smart. It's not us saying that our solutions will produce an environmental benefit, but also INR, an external auditor, so states, and we do not limit our actions to a quantitative analysis. We have already started quantifying the CO2 emissions reduction that we achieve with the services we provide in 2022, and this actually is a figure from the integrated report. We have contributed to reducing by 82 million tons the CO2 emissions globally through our B2B services and our connectivity services at the residential sector level. I have given you the big picture up to now, and now we'll see how agriculture is not alien to this context and is affected by global warming and climate change. As Anna said, agriculture is one of the sectors which is most vulnerable to climate change. Climate disasters have a direct impact by devastating crops, and this has a very significant economic impact, especially in developing countries. Climate change goes hand in hand with water scarcity that affects 40% of the population, like the drought we are experiencing in Spain. And agriculture is very water demanding, so the impact in agriculture is critical. Then there are plagues and diseases. Climate change has a direct impact on all regions, and some areas are experiencing a change in climate patterns and thus experiencing new plagues and disease. Then there's another sector, safety, food safety and sovereignty. We consider that food safety means the availability of quality food. Climate change, while affecting crops, has a direct impact on food safety and on the quality of the crops. And I believe this is especially relevant, especially considering that only this year we have reached the barrier of 8 billion inhabitants at the global level. Indeed, Anna, what you say is indeed relevant, because that means that we have to produce up to 49% more food by 2050. Also, agriculture produces 25% of CO2 emissions. So we have a major challenge in the area of agriculture and climate change. Now, how are we tackling all these challenges? First, the most direct way to do so is by improving agricultural production so that it becomes efficient and sustainable. We need to reduce the consumption of hydric resources by improving the efficiency in crops. Last, we need to ensure food safety and the quality of the food we consume, and that nurtures us. And we need to ensure that in the whole supply chain we achieve high-quality standards. In this context, Telefónica has deployed smart agriculture solutions, what we call a smart agro. There is a demo here in the stand. These solutions are based on 4 main verticals. First of all, precision agriculture. Through IoT devices and teledetection, we enhance the use of pesticides and fertilizers, and we contribute to a better decision-making processes. Another vertical in which we're working is smart watering. We are working to reduce water consumption by improving productivity, by automating watering mechanisms depending on the needs of each crop. Another vertical is a vertical agriculture, in which in a vertical environment there are crops totally controlled, pesticides free, herbicides free, and there is an increase in production cycles thanks to vertical agriculture. One of the last solutions we have set up is traceability. Thanks to a blockchain platform, we can now certify and authenticate that we are respecting food safety standards and that we respect the quality of food throughout the supply chain. And it has a COSMAR label. This means that AENOR has verified the potential of all the solutions in terms of environmental benefits when agricultors, or rather farmers, use these solutions. As we said before, this solution has some benefits in the area of sustainability, such as resources optimization, the reduction in the use of pesticides and herbicides, depending on the needs of each crop. We can optimize the use of both chemicals. Now, to ground this, how does this input affect positively the environment? In Spain, we have some use cases like the Mar Menor. The Mar Menor is extremely exposed to receiving polluted waters from the crops around it, and this produces the eutrophication of waters. So the more we water the plant with less pesticides, we will contribute to a more profitable agricultural sector and a more sustainable one as well. And not only we need to reduce fertilizers and pesticides, but also water consumption in crops, always taking into account that productivity cannot drop. Of course, in our region, water is a very scarce natural resource. Let me give you a specific example. In the south of Spain, where there's an important production of strawberry, which is very water demanding as a crop, there we need to take a decision. For what are we going to be using water in order to preserve ecosystems like Doñana, a wetland that needs water, or using water for agricultural exploitation. So optimizing water consumption will help us. Another important benefit is the early detection mechanisms in the context of adverse events or plagues. Our precision agriculture solution allows us to predict or carrying out risk assessments for crops or by crops. And as we have seen in the first slide, we know that extreme climate events will be more and more recurrent. So having tools in order to anticipate and take decisions and avoid financial losses will help us ensure the resilience of agriculture to climate change. The traceability solution also allows us to grant the quality of the supply chain, and this contributes to food safety. All this is very important. I have been discussing with many of you about greenwashing. It is very à la mode today. This is extremely important because when you go to the supermarket, many products are labeled eco or high quality, but who has verified that? So having an external blockchain-based verification will help us. So we have some extra time for a Q&A session here live or in the stand later. And we would like to close by sharing a quote, an inspiring quote from our president, whom says, "Without digitalization, there will be no green transition." In this sense, Telefónica keeps developing solutions in order to contribute to the decarbonization of our customers, because not only want to be tech partners, but also we want to help our customers get to a more sustainable level. Thank you very much.
Vuestra disposición. Sí, no, después.
Sí.
Gracias.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por estar aquí.
Good afternoon and thank you for being here. My name is José Director of Retailing Department for Latin America and Spain. And today we are going to talk about something that we find it very exciting because it's in the core of the strategy of our company. Since 2019, Telefónica Latin America is promoting a new way of making alliances in order to face the challenges of connectivity in South America. Before we start the conversation that is going to be moderated by Alfonso, Gómez, Palacio, I wanted to share with you the story of the project that we started 3 years ago. In May 2019, we did something very disruptive. We launched a telecommunications company, the partners of which didn't participate in the sector in the beginning, with Facebook, the Inter-American Bank of Development, and with CAP to create the first rural Latin American company. In 3 years of operation, it has covered 15 localities in Peru with 4G technology benefiting 3 million people, and it's going to close the digital bridge in the country. In November 2019, we announced an operation that was difficult to understand in the beginning because of the high costs of a spectrum in Mexico. We decided that we had a route of sustainability that went through returning our spectrum and moving our traffic. So we signed an agreement with AT&T, and now we have a traffic migration route that we finished in June 2022, and that allowed us to multiply threefold our 4G coverage in the country. And in Argentina, during this period, we have done many things, apart from deploying 3 million households in fiber in collaboration with other players in the market. Some of them are here today. I wanted to mention, for example, the agreement with Sion in order to connect the availability in Tierra del Fuego and in Comoro Rivadavia. So in the fixed world, it is possible to cooperate with minor players to expand the coverage of the broadband. But it's not only the collaboration in the mobile and the fixed world. So also another business is what we did with Hispam for the wholesale television business of media networks and focus only in the retailing market. And also, we're going to talk about the largest operations in fiber that we have deployed with KKR in Chile and in Colombia. 2 years ago, we started this adventure. In Chile, we have the CEO, and we are going to have a conversation with him, and we have achieved impressive things. This week, Beneva Dever published Verena, who is going to be here with us, published a report of the OECD, and in the households connected through fiber, Chile, a Latin American country, occupies the 10th position in the world. The first one is Korea. The second one is Japan. The third one is Spain, boosted by the power of Telefónica. But in Colombia and in Chile, we have radically transformed the panorama, the market of fiber. So what would you like to tell to you? Well, we are fully convinced that sharing and collaboration in the rural sphere, in fiber, in television, and also contents and services that we offer. This is what we have talked about in the GSMA with the Open Gateway project, means our roadmap for the future of our business. Through cooperation, we have the possibility to cover more people and to accelerate different deployments and to also fulfill our social role. And without further ado, I wanted to invite our CEO, who is going to be the moderator of the session, then José Miguel Torres, CEO of ONET Fiber Chile, and then thirdly, Ximena Mora, CEO of OMNET in Colombia, and then Andrea Folgueira, CTIO, Telefónica Hispam, and then Verena Weber, head of the Communication Infrastructures and Services Policy Unit of the OECD, and also the Mr. Saul Catan, chairman of Goicoechea. Well, Jose Juan, thank you very much. All the panelists, we are very happy to share different reflections about the infrastructure development in Latin America. I think that it's going to allow us to think about the things we can be done in the future in the region so that we can give our services to everybody in the territory. I'm going to start with you, José Miguel. So how do investors value these cooperation models? What has the market say? And what's your experience with Chile, ONET Chile? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I think the sound is better now. So it's a real pleasure to be here in this panel talking about this sharing model. It is a reality, and it's here to stay. And the starting point is the telecommunication companies. They are very intensive in CapEx, and the challenges of the telcos are based on fiber data centers and 5G. So what we see in this market is that we are moving towards focusing on the customer, offering the products that they really need, and the need of the CapEx in the investment sometimes is difficult to approach. So in this co-share models, we see that there are companies that can put investment in neutral networks, infrastructure networks that can be shared by many companies. And this way, the telco can focus on the things they do better, taking care of the customers, offering services. And I think that Telefónica with KKR have been pioneers in offering this type of services model, following this possibility of the investment funds, because they are investing in a neutral network that is going to be shared by many operators, a good return on the investment, and then the telco can focus on their customers. So the concept of neutrality is the one that has strengthened the funds and the appetite of funds. Yes, definitely, because first of all, we have the asset of Telefónica, and then the investment fund that wants to invest on this opportunity in the long run, that can offer these services in a neutral way. And let me underline it, this requires two willingnesses, so to say, the operator that gives the asset and the willingness of the investor, on the other hand. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to focus on the neutrality, because if we understand that neutrality is the key element, Ximena, how can an operator be neutral? The operators competing in the retail, how can we trust the neutrality of the operator? How come this model can appeal other operators? Well, I think that 3 points are important. First of all, that we see this when Latin America and all over the world, with Chile and Colombia as well, it is obvious that we have a breach in connectivity that we need to cover. In Chile, in Argentina, in Mexico, they are approximately 70% households with internet. In Colombia, 49% connected to internet. And in optic fiber, we have Chile with 50% and Colombia 26%. But 4 years ago, we were just 1%. So there is a clear trend to connect. So we are operators of a neutral network, and we help the telco operators not to deploy fiber over another operator, and so that there is no an overlapping of infrastructures, to focus their efforts and their money on the product and on the service and on the customer. So the first thing I would say that is very important is to understand that each one has a job to do. We do the infrastructure and the operator gives the service. And then being neutral means to have a price graph that is fair to anyone. So the neutral operator has the obligation to offer the same conditions to all the operators that want to connect with the specific features, but it has to be fair, and also with the support of the market itself, right, in the retailer market. And then a third thing would be to have ecosystems that allow for this neutrality, multi-tenant technological systems that allow for the operators to connect with the confidentiality they need, with the confidential agreement that they need. And I couldn't give you a bonus track here. We need to talk about neutrality. We need to put it on the stage. We need to put it in our conversations, forums, and meetings. Talk to the government and put it in all the scenarios and all the agendas, because neutrality is not competitiveness. So the telecommunications operators shouldn't see this neutrality as competitors. It's just a vehicle to achieve the goal, and the goal is to break this digital breach. Andrea, talking about this forum that puts us together, we find technological solutions that will endorse this sharing of infrastructures. It's not only the fixed world, but also the cellular phone. So is the technology ready, or are there any restrictions? Well, thank you very much for the question. Well, as Jimena said, it's good to talk about all these things so that everybody understands how good it is to use technology to make this breach smaller and to reach more people. So technology is ready and accessible since many years ago. So we have been the players engaged, and I am including everybody, and we've been facing some difficulties in suppressing our own barriers in order to use this technology. Technology is ready, as I said, and we have an example of on-net Chile and Colombia. What we have achieved, they are neutral networks that, apart from Telefónica, they have other operators, and they're going to reach more. And as for cellulars, we have the example of IPT. As Jose Juan said, it is an operation in which there are 3 operators from Peru. Well, most of the Peruvian clients are going to benefit from this rural coverage because we have a neutral network with the 3 operators connected with their own customers. Mexico, for example, with the agreement that we signed with the ATT network, the technology is used in its full potential because we have a unique network and we don't have towers or a spectrum. We all use the AT&T network with an NOCN model that boosts this sharing of technology. And who has to help us and to break these barriers? Well, I like to say that you can do whatever you want with technology, but human beings have to just toss away the barriers that we self-impose. So we have that collaboration of the suppliers, and we want to follow this same line, and we also need the support of the regulators. And there are some countries in which we cannot do it. MOCN, for example. The technology is available. And why is this important? Because it is good to us as companies, but it's also good for the customers, for the market. So what can we achieve with on-net fiber in Chile and in Colombia? So we have a lot of things available. And that's Jose Juan. The report that Verena is preparing, Chile is the 10th country in the world in fiber. And Colombia 20th. We're talking about 2 countries in Latin America. We are not. It's difficult for us to be in the 10th position or 20th position of anything. So I am very proud of it. It is thanks to us because it was us who made it possible with Telefónica and the regulators of the countries and the suppliers. So we created an ecosystem that made this possible. So the benefit is going to be for the customers. With IPT, for example, there are clients from all operators in Peru that have coverage in places where there was no coverage before, in rural off the beaten path places, and people have their businesses and live there, and they can do trading of the things they produce in their own villages. So the benefit for the society, for the companies, and for the operators, and for the big customers, for the SMEs, and for the individuals, these change their lives. So it is a virtuous circle, so to say. And it is important to take into account that the effort and the changing of mindset allows us to change the countries, and we have changed the experience of people using these shared networks. Thank you very much. And now, Verena, I wanted to ask you if this sharing of the infrastructure, both active and passive, of the spectrum, are considered a best practice internationally, and if you could tell us what are the do's and don'ts, because it is a new path for many of us, but the report shows some interesting conclusions, if you can share them with us. Well, thank you very much for having invited me. I will try and do it in Spanish. I hope you can understand me. First of all, what we saw, and I wanted to congratulate Chile, because we see these steps forward in Latin America in fiber, and we've seen it in the last years. And so the sharing of infrastructures to us, we prefer the passive sharing because it is easier, and also what is very interesting is these neutral networks, because what we have in all the countries of the OECD, but Japan and Korea, is that we have digital breaches all over the world. It's not only in Latin America, it's also in Germany and in England. But we see that in regions that are more difficult to deploy these networks, these neutral networks are a great way to obtain connectivity, but also to obtain competencies for retailers, and then to have these operators that work as competitors, offering the final service to the user. And we see this in many countries of the OECD, these neutral networks in Germany, for example, in rural regions in Germany. And we see a growth of fiber as well. So my last point is that right now there are a lot of funds and subsidies for remote parts. For example, in the United States, we see that there are $65 million that are going to be invested for the deployment of the fiber. And then the recovery funds in Europe to increase the connectivity and the quality of services in rural regions. So we need to think how we can allocate these funds, because it's common, it's shared money, and it is a great mechanism to achieve a better connectivity. And we saw that these networks work very well if they are operated by the private sector, and also by the public sector. Also the politicians. So it works very well, because when there are elections, the philosophy of the company changes and so on. So it is important that the private sector is the sector with the communities that deploys everything. Well, thank you very much, Verena. So this is great, and it fits with your role, because you have like two hats. You know the telecommunications sector, and you represent everything in these. So what do we need, especially in Colombia, with the interaction of private players and also public players? Well, thank you very much, Alfonso. I think that we have to change the mindset. We've have because we have failed in the past. For example, in countries as Colombia, the rural connectivity is of 26%. So 1 out of 4 people have connectivity, and this is unacceptable. Connectivity is not a luxury, it's a need. And if we don't start seeing things in a different way, and we don't try different things, we'll see if it works or not. But what we've been doing in the past doesn't work, so we have to explore new things. And we need to increase the connectivity and the sharing networks. I think that the Internet for All project has been very successful in my country, and it can be sustainable. I don't know if it's going to be very profitable, but it is sustainable. And there are a lot of possibilities of different technologies that will allow us to close this digital breach. And we have a 5G in Colombia, and we have also the renewal of the spectrums and the regulatory changes of the past up to 20 years, the renewal of the spectrum. And this is a guarantee for the investors. And also we have the broadband liberation to complement all this. And we see these disruptive technologies, and we can implement them in different regions of the country depending on the orography to make everything work. So these, together with the regulation, I think that it means that we are going to win. It's going to be a win-win situation. In Colombia, it can be up to 60% of the value of the spectrum. We want to increase the number up to 90, and we need to simplify the things. We need to make the most of all these neutral networks, private ones, like on net. We have Internexa in Colombia, and we can complement them. So we will be able to facilitate this connectivity, and I think that we can then improve this digital and close this digital gap. And also, if they are given to the market, probably the concept of neutrality, and also it can generate a very positive dynamic to close this breach. Yes, I think that it is shared, these networks, and then they are going to be able to compete in the market as telco operators, not as deployers of infrastructure. So I think that then the business changes, and this generates many opportunities. Well, thank you very much, Saul. Now we would like to we would like to invite you, and I can ask a question to Andrea. Well, obviously, sharing things is based on our culture. Maybe you design to operate your own network and then to modernize your network in this scenario of sharing and what you're doing with third people. So what is this? And also to do things that are very radical and cultural wise of our engineers and make all this possible. And it's like we in technology don't have feelings, but we do have feelings. We love our towers, our centrals, our servers, our fiber, and so on and so forth. But we had to change many things. And then the first reaction would be, how are we going to operate? How are we going to offer the service in Mexico without having this entry point? So little by little and step by step. And this is obviously up-down, the approach. And some people cannot digest this situation and had to appoint someone else. And we've had to make these changes. And if there is not a conviction, I cannot convince an engineer that we are going to pay the radio base if I am not fully convinced. So it was like a shock. And after doing this process, the first thing is that we have to go through this shock every time. And because you realize that it is a reality, and also what requires from us is to understand that we work in a different ecosystem. So this person is giving me a service, and I have to know this service, and I still need to have some specialists, and we have to learn that we make the decisions and we are responsible of this service. We need to learn to negotiate it. And it is something that we didn't do before, negotiating with a supplier and so on and so forth. So, and we need to have more skills, thinking that we are in an ecosystem in which each one of us has a function, and in order to have a better service. Another question, yes. Well, good afternoon. We are very happy to see these possibilities to connect our rural areas. And the question would be, who interconnects and which are the technical requirements, or how you establish these conditions? Well, thank you very much for the question. Well, this starts in the neutral networks, and we've seen it with Telefónica, for example, with José María and Chema Alonso talked about all this and integrating these services. There are 8 operators of telecommunications, and the providers have to be open and transparent. And this same trend is happening in telecommunications and infrastructure. And what we are doing in TKKR and Nexo and Telefónica are companies that from the starting point, they are designed to connect themselves in a transparent way. And from the original anchor, Telefónica, and also the other customers have to be treated the same way without making any distinctions. And this is something clear, and it is, as Andrea said, that the good news is that there is a purchase circle. It is good for the end user, and it is also good for the company, the telco, that is going to make everything profitable. So I think that our mission here and our responsibility of high executives is to make this promise real, to make it real, so that all the operators feel that they have a neutral treatment with the same requirements, the same conditions, and the same possibilities to develop their businesses in the future. And Also, the combination of networks is something that we need to take into account. The optic fiber neutral network are conceived for big, mid-size and small cities, but not for the villages. Now, you're not going to put optic fiber in a small village, so you need to have a combination of infrastructures, and this is the one that is going to use it and using this satellite technology. So the important thing here is to be aware that we all have different processes, and the operator bringing the service to the customer has to offer a good service, and also that they are all responsible of one part. So it changes depending on this, and also taking into account that we are sharing these responsibilities. And now we all want to go to the same places. There is a lot of overlapping. For example, in my building, there are all the operators, but only one operator was the one that sold. What happened with the fiber of the other operators? It was just underground, buried underground. If the investment had been done differently, we would have more people connected. That is why I said a combination of networks. A question from Argentina. Yes, I think it complements our ideas. Yes, thank you, Alfonso. Well, as Andrea says, from our perspective, this change in the cultural mindset and the things we had to learn in order to operate these different standards and the way we make businesses. But obviously, we did it. We've been with José Juan since 2017. Yes, but you have to give us a context because, well, we are in Tierra del Fuego, in the southern tip of the continent, and we are migrating all the information, and then the customers move from one single infrastructure, and the same happens there. And there are some customers that are being migrated. And we are in a very interesting process. But we strongly believe that as an industry, we have this challenge of climate change. And this is a completely new infrastructure, and the same happens with 5G, with more velocity. And also, my question for Andrea and for you, Alfonso, how do you see this in this context in which the networks are converging? Well, I think that this same concept that we have achieved in this world is totally feasible, and we see that our competitors are very willing to develop these infrastructures. And this mobile Congress is one of these ideas. And everybody is understanding this situation. And I would say that it is something we still need to do, an efficient use of the money, because the best destination is to expand coverage and to connect people who are not connected. And we are going to be more successful. And also, I would say that it is a process that you will see more frequently. And also, Andrea maybe can give us some examples. We have decided to do this in the region. We need more people, and we hadn't done it before. And we have the example of Mexico, and this would not be the model that we would apply in the other countries in which we are. And as Alfonso said, we are going to see it during this year. Another example would be the IPT. There are 3 operators in that access network. So it is happening, and we are fully convinced. And this is what we want to keep on doing. And also, an example from the United Kingdom, and as Belén said, it's not only in Latin America, it happens in the United Kingdom, and we share infrastructures there too. So we need to do this reflection and understand that the challenge that we have as an industry is to connect the ones that are not connected. And this is the motto of this event, how we can connect the people who are not connected. There's another question there. Well, I think it is not something new, and it is something that could be done. We shared infrastructures. And then with an intermediate exercise, this deployment of infrastructures, and in the end it worked really well. So I think that there are some models that work, and then we need to implement them if they work. Yes, I am fully convinced that the future is to share infrastructures, and we celebrate that it starts in the rural areas. And in Patagonia, for example, or Argentina, we are sharing with Movistar in one of the biggest cities in the world, in Buenos Aires. Sharing this underground infrastructure in each one of the buildings. And also that this infrastructure that reaches with this high urban density, and sellers don't even reach there. So sharing this and saying that the best way to give an added value to all this is to share them with a reliable partner as Telefónica. in Argentina 20 years ago. Having a reliable partner as we start to develop it and to share our networks in important urban cities. So we are proud of it, and it shows that we are fully convinced and that opening up their networks is a good idea. And instead of the competence would be for services, not for networks. This should be totally over. Now, competitors are services wise. Well, thank you very much. That's the best way to close the session. And you have summarized all this, and our industry needs to be sustainable, and this long-term vision is possible with sustainability. So sharing the infrastructure is a fundamental element, and also to achieve these elements of coverage. And so I wanted to make the most of your words. And thank you, Saul, Verena, José Miguel, Shirena. Thank you for being here and for sharing your experiences and for being here and for participating. I think it's an important reflection. And we need to be fully convinced and convince the competitors, the regulators, that we need to invest in infrastructure and that we are going to use it in a very efficient way. So thank you very much.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Saúl.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por...
Hello and good afternoon. Thanks for attending this session. My name is Xavier and I'm the computer vision manager. Before kicking off, I would like to inform you that, as it has been said in previous sessions, Telefónica has launched, in collaboration with GSMA, the Open Gateway. This is an industry initiative to transform the network into digital platforms and thus enhancing digital services. We are here to speak about computer vision, which is a technology that acts as a bridge between the physical world and the digital world. Today, we're going to be focusing briefly on an introduction about what computer vision is about, so that we are all aligned, and then I'll give you the background about to what extent Telefónica is positioning itself as a company around this technology. Then we will dig into the cloud computer vision platform in Telefónica, and we'll discuss about the pros of the cloud environment when it comes to its benefits for this technology. Then we'll see a demo, and thirdly, we will analyze how the cloud ecosystem eases the interaction with third parties and bundling as many functionalities as possible. We'll have a last demo, and last we'll share a few conclusions with you, and we'll open for a Q&A session. What is computer vision? Computer vision is the implementation of AI into video so that a machine can understand what's in an image. We can understand the entities in an image and how they interact one with another. As you can imagine, this provides companies with an incredible capacity to optimize their processes thanks to automation, but perhaps it would be better to show you or to illustrate it with a video. Please, let's launch the video. So we are amidst the image era. Due to its extraordinary capacity, video is a very efficient working tool that obtains real-time information about business processes. The challenge is to process and assess images in real time and extract information so that it can be used in real time. Is your company ready to do so? In Telefónica companies, we bet for computer vision technology to improve your processes with an end-to-end solution, a technology in permanent evolution, which is more and more used by all sorts of companies, with our own platform in the cloud where our customers can deploy or scroll down a use case catalog. Computer vision is a holistic service that includes our cameras and communication networks to send data, thus ensuring safe information management. We also assess images with fine-tuned analytics and tools to exploit data. High technology applied to video that allows us to identify images, assess them, and interact with them through the cloud platform. We can deploy very quickly the available use cases in logistics and harbor companies. Cameras can scan labels in containers, and if there is a loss or damage in the merchandise, the video can be used as a proof of responsibility. In fire control and prevention, the system spots fire and sends alerts to the control systems. In warehouses, the system can read labels and assess real volumes. It can integrate in production lines to spot faulty products. And in city councils meetings, trials, press conferences, it really eases transparency. And if you need more elaborated use cases, we can also personalize them for you. Our computer vision service can optimize your processes and improve your business. Ask your partner, Telefónica companies, your holistic partner in digital transformation. As you can see, it was much nicer with the clip, right? In Telefónica, we have been working in deploying computer vision projects for quite a long time, and thanks to this, we have a verticalized proposal for many of the requests we have received from different sectors. In logistics, for example, as it has been said in the video, we are working on volumetric analysis, and as we will see later, expedition audits. Manufacturing is one of the key players in computer vision. They are working with quality control, classification, chemical substances analysis. In retail, we've seen it before. We have very powerful solutions oriented to flow management and customers characterization with a clear focus of RGPD compliance and being respectful with users in urban environments where road control, traffic control, forums control, or in the public administration, audio or transcription is also quite valuable, and in different sectors, and perhaps I don't want to get into detail regarding use cases, they can come up with a global proposal. These proposals have been deployed both in cloud environments, depending on the demand by the customer and the specific prerequisites of the project, be it technical prerequisites, or the policy that each customer deploys. In-house but beyond, the capacity to deploy specific projects. The relevant part here is what we announced a few months ago, which is that Telefónica has launched its own cloud platform, a multi-customer platform based on computer vision with a specific bundled use cases that allows us to democratize the technology and make it, let's say, democratic, not only for those with large, super powerful projects. And we have Antonio Leon. Antonio, please, if you would like to join us. Thank you very much. How are you doing, Antonio? So Antonio Leon is the CEO of TIC Media, the company on which we have built our Telefónica Cloud platform. Antonio, tell us more about Telefónica Cloud Computer Vision. Of course, good afternoon, and I would like to focus on how the computer vision service has been implemented in Telefónica. We will see the different layers that compose the service. It's important to underline that this is an end-to-end service. We can work from the camera to the consumption center. We give customers an end-to-end service. So let's start with cameras. This can be in-house cameras, the customer's camera, and if they don't have an installed camera, we can help them with that also. We then have the communications layer. As you can imagine, being Telefónica, communications are never scarce. We work with 4G, 5G, public and private networks, whatever you need, so that we can bring the video recorded by the cameras to the computational layer. The computational layer is an in-house infrastructure based in Spain, scalable, safe, and we have underlined the importance of ensuring that it's very efficient in terms of graphic computing, because of course computer vision needs a great deal of graphic capacity. It's been a while until we have been able to deploy a hardware that optimizes the capacity of graphic computation that differentiates us from other systems. This is hardware. Now software. The first layer is video management, which is sometimes something that we forget when we speak about this. I am the CEO of TIC Media, a company that focuses on video management, and for me this is particularly important. We oftentimes speak the algorithm, the end functionality, but at the end of the day, if we want to develop a service which is capable of servicing thousands of cameras, we need to be super efficient when it comes to receiving video streams, capturing them, and sending them to the relevant algorithms with the minimum computational cost possible, so that we are capable of offering the service at a reasonable cost for our customers. And this is why video management is one of the key elements. The following layer, which is probably the best known one, is the images analysis, objects detection, persons detection, facial recognition, plates reading, etc. We'll have a few examples now based on neuronal networks, transformer, deep neuronal networks, all these architectures that in the last few months have been born and that allow us to carry out very fine-tuned and precise analysis. We have worked in the reduction of computational costs. In other terms, obtaining the same outcomes at a lower cost, because at the end of the day, we will need to be a very scalable service, so we need to contain costs. The last layer in which we work is consumption. We want to send all the data and the video produced, and we want to consume it. So we need a good consumption layer, portals where our customers can have access to the clips, search for them, search for statistics, for metadata. So the service is an end-to-end service from the camera to the portal. Thank you, Antonio. So we have been discussing about the fact that we have been implementing computer vision projects for quite a long time. So the end-to-end approach is important. What does it really bring? To what extent does it help us differentiate from a mere cloud service? Well, the cloud service has some horizontal elements, such as very low entry investment. The system, works for customers with 30 cameras or with thousands of cameras. It's always up to date. Nonetheless, if I had to point at an element which, for me, and I'm going to insist on that a lot, because if you take home this message, I'll be satisfied. So the bet Telefónica has done disrupts the traditional vision and becomes a service which is operational, which is reliable, and which can be implemented or used by different forms of customers. And this is what makes this different from previous services. Antonio, I believe you've convinced us, but if you say that this is already up and running, what we want to see is it working. We want to see it working, rather. So let me ask you the following. Why don't you share with us the use case of logistics control, the audit example? So, Antonio, tell us, what are we seeing here? Oh, by the way, let me tell you also that we are not going to be showing the production environment. This is a matter of privacy, right? So we are connecting to a lab environment that we have deployed in the box, where we can test all these technologies in an efficient manner, respecting our customers' privacy. Indeed, as Sergio said, the use case that we have chosen, probably because it's the most traditional one, is logistics. When we speak about logistics, now we're focusing on audit. There are different audit scenarios. The traditional scenario is when we have, I don't know, a port, and we want to audit the uploading and downloading of containers from the ship to the trucks which are traveling inside the port or harbor, and reading the plates allows us to ensure that trucks are headed towards the right direction, or perhaps a pallet which is being moved by a machine goes to the right track. For this, we will read the label on the pallet, and then we might have a transportation line at the end of the warehouse, and we want to make sure that the box that is on top of the line is not damaged and contains the items that should contain. This can only be done through video images or RCD technology. So in the area of audit is where video is really playing an important role, because there's no other system that can do what videos do in terms of system audit. What we can see here, we're going to be seeing videos. Well, this is Telefónica box. It's been presented several times here at the MWC. And there we have a setup with a lane, and in the lane there will be an AGV, which is an automated vehicle that will pick a package, will drive down the lane and discharge it at the other end of the lane. There's a lateral camera that allows us to spot the AGV. This is a barcode, but it could be a QR or just text. So we will be able to look for a box and make sure that the content inside the box is the relevant one. In some audits, there are several complaints, and well, and everything you're going to be seeing here is recorded. It cannot be manipulated, and the recording is, let's say, non-terrible. It's used also in judicial and policing environments. On February the 24th, we have different recordings, and I'm gonna look for what? I'm gonna look for my AGV here in the recordings. The recording is continuous, and the system works in real time. But when it comes to audit, we segment the videos by minutes, but we could segment it, in any time lapse. Here we have 1 minute videos with AGVs. The interesting part is when the AGVs appear. So what am I going to do here? I am going to, I'm going to look for a specific code through a barcode. The barcode is a readable barcode to make things easier. The barcode says load 3 APIs, and here we have several cameras. They're all synchronized, and this allows us to see the same content from different perspectives. One camera reads the label, and with that we can certify that the protection devices have left the premises. That's why we call it auditing, because it grants us that the content of the box is the correct one. So this is a use case that is very successful in logistics. Now, we're going to try the same with a standard barcode. The same would apply. We would go there, and with that, we would confirm that the box has been in the premises, and we can check the content of the box. In this case, wheels and screws. So this is an auditing use case. If within the same field we need to work against an RP, not only for auditing but also to double checking that the process is being the good one, and otherwise send an alert. We'll see how we can integrate it with third parties to have the same functionality of the service. So let me go back to the presentation for a minute. So Antonio, as far as I can see, this is extremely powerful as a project, but when I look around the market, I'm concerned because there are very specific algorithms. Even my own innovation ecosystem, Wayra, suggests companies with super specialized algorithms that respond to a very personalized use case. Is it possible to integrate these algorithms into the platform? What options are there to integrate all these capabilities? Well, this is a service, and this is the main strength of the service, right? But at the same time, as Sergio says, not like we can embed all the algorithms out there in the market. There are some algorithms which are niche, and we want to be able to embed them through our integration capacity. In Analytica, we have an AP mechanism so that we can integrate third parties algorithms in our infrastructure. And what we do is to use the third parties algorithm, which is specific for an X use case. Another integration layer, as I said a minute ago, is consumption, because in consumption there are interactions with other elements such as the IRP or other domains where we want to exploit the metadata, such as the MAM, CMS. So if we want to exploit all this metadata, not in our system, but in another one, it is indeed possible, and the interconnection APIs, both in Analytica and consumption, are available. Okie-do, Antonio, thank you very much. So in the process, well, we're working in this process, and this year we hope that we will be obtaining the first results beyond these Analytica capacities or analysis capacities that we have in Telefónica companies thanks to this product. Then there's the integration through Telefónica Tech and Telefónica Security Engineering. I am going to be now sharing a demo with you, which was led by Telefónica Tech, Synapsis Tech, from Wayra Environment. Can we please go to the second demo?
Vale, entonces aquí lo que estamos...
So what is this? So we can go from, we can use different analytics on one same camera. Here we have my boss, and I am facially recognizing him. This is a risk prevention use case, and now the camera confirms that he is allowed to enter a certain premises. So I deactivate this use case. Now we want to make sure that the person that is about to enter a facility is wearing the necessary PIDs. And now the system confirms that the person is wearing a helmet, but the person is missing gloves in order to ensure that all the PDIs required to enter the premises are matched, let's say. That then we activate what we call another functionality, which is called fallen men. It was quite fun to ask my boss to lay on the floor, on the ground. Now the camera is detecting that there's a fallen man, and we can apply different sensitivity features so that there's a detection, and the camera sends an alert. These use cases are being habilitated manually to ease the demo running, but it could be activated through an automatic mechanism, and this is what's really cool. With one single camera, we can deploy different use cases.
Vale, bueno, pues hemos
Okay, now we have described the system, and now what is the model? How do we buy all this? Okay, this is another parameter. This is an advantage to have this bundled service, because compared to the traditional model in which we have super complex processes and we need to carry out the study case by case, hire an audit company, and ground the service. Now, our service is based on fees. We have an entry fee that covers all the deployment tasks and all the parameters development in the case customers need it. We cover also the deployment of the cameras, and depending on the use cases habilitated in each camera, the fee will be, let's say, adapted to reality, right? And now let's recap. Are we saying that the future of computer vision is cloud? Well, this is not what we are saying, because we understand that this will have to coexist with a wide ecosystem of solutions in the world of eco-vision. Now, the strength lays in being able to managing this, right? In industry, with our colleagues in Yobi, this makes sense, and this depends on the retail. We are also working, as you can see here. Well, this is in the Telefónica stand, solutions for indoor insights, which are extremely powerful. We've seen the success case, GoFim. It makes sense. We're going to be working on an end-to-end solution with the capacity of having specialized analytics, thinking about the user's ROI, because of course some customers will need a very specific detection with a micro default, and others will need more specific detection mechanisms, so to speak, about the importance of having a long-term vision and understanding the evolution of our customers' need in terms of detection. So in these cases, the service has even more sense, and of course, we'll have to understand this reality. I will reiterate what I said before. This is my take-home message. There's a clear difference between capabilities, projects, being afraid of launching new functionalities compared to having a cloud-based service that allows you to know what you should expect, and that can be scaled up. So we want to make computer vision universal, especially the fields where we believe it can be universal, so that customers are less afraid of dealing with it for one camera or for 1,000 cameras. This is the main difference that we want to contribute with from Telefónica. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And if you have any burning question, a bit here in the room, by the way, thank you very much for attending the session. It's quite late. Or those who are attending the session online, please do not hesitate to ask your questions through the existing channels. And should this not be the case, thank you very much to all of you for your attention. Thanks for attending this session, and see you very soon. Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Hola. Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Well, good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much for being here today. I am Bruno Lago, and I'm in the virtual assistant department in Telefónica, and we bring you some news. We've seen that the jobs have changed, and the where is not the most important thing. Maybe the what is the most important thing now. And also, the technology has evolved, and it has had an important role. In order to talk about all this, I have my good friend Enrique, who's going to give us more details about all this. Thank you, Bruno. I wanted to introduce myself. I belong to the Workplace Business Development Department, and today we're going to talk about the what, and we're going to talk about the who, because we are talking about the transformation of the jobs, new trends, but for what and for who? So what do we see here? We see the reality of the companies. So we see that the roles in a company are very varied, and one single company can have an important number of roles and profiles and needs, very different needs. So it means that all the sectors and all the responsibilities behind deserve a link with the company. And this link, is related to the job and to the user experience. And the company has two main goals. One is to attract talent. So it's not only the people behind the companies, but also the companies want to attract the talent, and not only the employees applying for a job. And also that they want to stay. It's not retaining. It's like you are forcing someone to stay in your company. It's that they want to stay in your company. And it's not only the regular concept. These, the challenge that this trend and the change or the abandon of the job, of the position. And I wanted to represent this image. And I can give you this data. So we started to be more present in the companies in February, March. So this is when the Great Resignation started. We see the data, and we can see the first peak in April 2022, and a lot of people start to value other things, and this is what the pandemic showed them. And also there are other ideas that are very surprising. 77% of the employees want to change a job. I am really shocked by this figure. It's a lot. And also, and the ones the ones that feel valued. So this is the causes of this Great Resignation. So what are the items that professionals want with this context? Suppose you feel related to it: flexibility, conciliation, and more me time and more family time. Sports, practicing sports, or devoting time to your passions or your hobbies that were secondary before: remote working, mobility, and smart working. So 4-day week, and also the training that you get, training that you're able to grow in the company, and also the wage, and because this is also important, and it is not one of the most important items, and also technology, because the end user is very used to using a technology in their private lives, and they require and demand these same technologies in their working place and their working environment. So why is this so important, the job, and that it transforms and evolves together with the employees? So these are the main drivers. So working, for example, in a modern company, dynamic company, and with an efficient and productive job, you feel that things are done fast and efficiently. Also digital competencies, and that the collaboration between colleagues, now that we do the remote working and the smart working, everything has to be efficient. So a more digital culture in the organizations that will give this, the job, can be a competitive advantage. So thanks to these benefits, a company can be better than the competitors. And we are talking about the jobs of the workers, of the employees. So in order to achieve this result, it is important to take into account many things. And this is why we talk about pieces. This jigsaw has a lot of pieces, and the user is in the focus and more empathetic with other needs, and who want a very efficient job and to feel that they have their own time and they are using the right technology. I'm not going to read all the pieces of the puzzle, but think that if tomorrow it was your first day in a new company, what would you like? What would you expect? So you would expect good devices, and well, it depends on the job. It's not the same a gardener than a professional in the healthcare sector. The needs are different. But I would expect to have a laptop and a smartphone, and I want to start working in 10 minutes. So the hardware, the software, everything has to be accessible since the beginning. So I will be needing tools. Tools like an automatization of the process, the onboarding of the devices, and sometimes in the past things were not done like this, and we need to automatize everything, and we need to measure the impact of these automatizations and the experience on the end user. So we're going to share a video, but first, this is what Telefónica thinks about the job in any companies. The way we work has changed. The important thing is the how and the who. The people are the driving force of the transformation of the companies. They are most valuable resource. The experience is one of the most important things. Simple, agile, personalized, proactive, and omni-channel. Smart Workplace is the solution of Telefónica, fulfilling all the needs of the jobs of organizations, the devices, the management, the maintenance of all the business applications, everything in a very simple way, one-stop shop, and in different scenarios. A service that offers security and also incorporates automatization and robotication technology. A smart workplace is everything the employees need to work. If you want more information, visit us. So to us, what we've seen, the important things apart from feeling proud of the services that we offer to the companies and knowing that we do things right, the main message here is the relationship of a company with an employee, with automatization and new experiences, and the employees in the center. And I wanted to underline something, that a smart experience, an appealing job for the companies and for the employees is made out of different aspects. One would be what we are going to do, artificial intelligence and virtual assistants. And it is very important to measure if this has an impact or not. And also, in all the words that you say, it has to be simple, agile, omni-channel, personalized, because every person is different, and also proactive. And the company measures, and what you see here represents a tool that we use in which we measure how the user is happy with their job. I'm not talking about human resources survey, how they behave in their job, if I can measure it, because if you cannot measure it, you cannot change it. So it is not only the hardware, it is also the software and very common tools like Teams, for example. If I use Teams, and 40% of my company uses it, it's a success. But if I use this tool and I see that the quality of the video calls is very bad, whatever the reason, is it a success? Maybe it's not a success anymore. And also, if I have different browsers and we see that with this specific version there is a deficit in the quality, maybe the users will not get in touch to tell me that's not going to work, but I can be proactive and tell them we are experimenting this, so I advise you to use this other browser. So I am just improving the user experience. It's just a few examples. And the company wants to keep on growing. And now that we are measuring the user experience, it is also how the company relates to the employees, not only with the job, but also with any employees. This is why we say omni-channel. So why are we going to talk about artificial intelligence and virtual assistants? Well, as you said, omni-channels are important for our employees. So we're going to talk about virtual assistants, but I wanted to know, so you what's a virtual assistant? And I'm going to give you an image. Have you seen this one before? Yeah? What is it? OpenAI, ChatGPT. So we've seen a lot of news, a lot of pieces of news, and social media, traditional media. ChatGPT has been a revolution. So we all have a virtual assistant. It's an artificial intelligence that has the capability to generate a lot of information after the questions you ask. So it's not only this, but also developing code. And it is true that we see this technology, this disruption, and in the productive environment, it still needs to be more mature. For example, the information of this assistant, maybe it's not true. So we've been working in virtual assistants for a long time, and we know the map, or how it should be. We call it the map. The users are very diverse. There are different roles. The office, the teleworkers, maintenance staff, infrastructure, not having access to a laptop, mobility, and all these people need to communicate with the systems of the back end of the company, depending on the type of the job, or talking with human resources or whatever. So here, the important thing is the channels that you have at your disposal, and message applications, and as Enrique said, Microsoft Teams. So what we do is to put the virtual assistants in the center. It is the cognitive part, as a ChatGPT, the intelligent part of it. And doing the analogy, it is the brain of our ecosystem. And it has the capability to understand the input of the users, to know what they want, and the things that they need to double check with the backend. So open up an incident or an occurrence, or how is the ticket. So everything is done by the virtual assistant. So if we had to do a definition or the projects that we have in Telefónica, we do any type of chatbot, a chatbot or a voice bot, and we don't care about the channels. We want to deploy an assistant anywhere. In ChatGPT, it is in a website, and also in some applications, message applications, or even on its telephone. And then the capability of the image recognition makes the process very rich. And also, we can integrate it with some systems. So what's the goal? We want an autonomous resolution. It's an autonomous system that is multi-device, that can be used in any channel, as I said, omni-channel, and always available, and 24 hours a day, and also that the capability to recognize natural language gives it a special touch, which is something that chatbots don't have. They couldn't recognize the natural language or natural image. And then this is efficiency and efficacy. This is what we want. So it looks very cool here in theory, but how have we done it in Telefónica? Well, we had a process, and the users with more than 18,000 employees in Spain used some channels, the telephone and the portal web for demands or occurrences. And then there was a service desk, and then a technical center solving the occurrences that might arise. And also with the different tools and so on and so forth. So we have modernized everything because we had a number of challenges, and how to increase the resolution capabilities, and also the employees, as Enrique said, should be more focused on their work, and to remove the waiting times, and also to open up petitions, also the closing, the escalatings, and then finally to correct the categorization of the users, because as a user, I don't know the typification of a ticket or not. So how did we solve all this? Well, we organized a virtual assistant. We used the artificial intelligence, and we centralized everything in a virtual assistant, and the one having the intelligence, and which is the support I have to use, and how can I channel this occurrence. So we have Siete. It is our virtual assistant, Siete. It's our superhero, and it integrates with the systems. It is deployed in Azure, and then the channels, moving it to a second sphere. And also, when you don't have access to your smartphone, you have to use the phone, and also the technical center. So the challenge is to improve this resolution, to suppress the waiting times, to be always available, and to improve the categorization and the opening, being autonomous, and automatize most of the processes and keep on growing. But as I said, it looks very cool, but shall we try it? I have my laptop. So I said hello to 7, so it recognizes me as a user. All the demands are going to have my name, all the occurrences, all the consultations. So these virtual assistants, they are answers to frequently asked questions and also automatized use cases. Frequently asked questions. We had to make a booking of the hotel, and it was not the website that we had before, so we asked 7. I need to do a business trip. So 7, very fast, gives us an answer to my question, gives us information about where to manage the trips, general services, and all the things I need to do. And I have an access to the website of corporate trips, and I could make a booking there. So it's a very concrete action. I needed to go on a trip, on a business trip. For example, if I write down, I need to make a booking, a reservation. I want to make a reservation. So what type of reservation? So it's a different use case so that you can determine which type of reservation you want to do. So you want to make a reservation of a meeting room or a parking spot. So it's very important in virtual assistants. This makes the process very rich because otherwise it would be a mess. So it's going to be a train ticket when you want to just make a reservation of a meeting room. And it is very versatile as well because it gives me information in plain text about other things. I will give you an example. For example, the Internet Explorer disappeared from our laptop, and I went to 7. Internet Explorer. So Microsoft has suppressed it, and it will not be in the laptops. And I said, and then with my my different files. So where are my files now? And I said, migrate the files to Edge. My bookmarks. And here, you, apart from the answer of the things I need to do this migration of my bookmarks, it's giving me an image in which he is explaining to me step by step how to do this migration of my bookmarks from one browser to the other. It can be used for training, so in the end, we needed to understand which is the content that the assistant needs and what's a use case. So when Siete was born a few years ago, one of the first use cases was to open up occurrences. So I want to open up an occurrence. So as an employee, I need to know that this is something related to my job. Next question. So which are the different categories? My mouse broke, so I guess it's hardware. So this process that is very logic, that will help me to solve my occurrence, we applied artificial intelligence. If I tell the virtual assistant my mouse broke, and it understands that I have a problem with my device and with this category, and I have to write down a summary. And this is my personal number. So there is an integration between the virtual assistant and the ITSM tool, and I'm going to have these occurrence so that they solve the problem. For example, I tell them when to come, so the occurrence is going to be here, and then the technical support is going to give me a mouse.
Bueno, pues desde aquí lo que podría hacer.
So what could I do? I could manage, I could cancel it, and that's what I'm going to do actually. So these are the occurrences that are pending, and I'm going to cancel it. So now it's going to be cancelled, and the same way I cancelled it, I could have added information, I could escalate it if I want more priority. So this is the essence of virtual assistants applied to the job, helping the employees to make their lives easier. And there is another point. We're going to see it in a telephone. So this is CETES cousin, the CETES communicator. I am getting into my Teams application. At the bottom, I have a CETES communicator, so I can use my telephone. So as I said, it's omni-channel, but I have this notification, and we use this technology, and I have other occurrences, other petitions, but CETES is the one getting in touch with me. It's an inverse chat. So it is telling me, this is happening to you because you belong to a group in which this action was done for this specific customer. This is why you have received it, and Bruno has not received it. So it is also a dynamic communication, and they know who I am. So, well, these are just real examples, and we are very aware of it. I don't know if there are any other questions. It's really interesting, the demo, and how to improve the employee experiences. It changes the way we establish our relationship with our job. My question would be, how do we start? If an organization wants to start, what do they have to take into account? Well, it's a very good question, and the first thing would be to know the users in your organization, what are the different roles, and then secondly, the channels that are accessible. If it's a company as Telefónica and we all have access to Teams, your virtual assistant has to be focused on Teams. And then the third question is the use cases that you want to automatize, because so the virtual assistant is a seed that you plant, you water it, You love it, and then it grows, grows, grows. It's expanding, creating branches all over the place. And you start with 4 or 5 use cases. And once they try it, you see that it's growing. It's starting to grow in the organization. And this is when you can obtain all these different benefits. So as a conclusion, our perspective, our main concern and goal is that all our experience and knowledge can be offered to our customers so that they see a transformation in the relationship with their employees and then to obtain some benefits. So, apart from this, we can sum up that we are talking about user experience, virtual assistants, complementing all this. And these can give us some advantages. Well, thank you very much.